Oh, I guess I got to be on the screen there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Week in Review. I apologize for yesterday. I had something come up at the very last minute and was not able to do the show. I apologize, but I promised you guys I would, unless there's, circumstances that I couldn't do something, I promise you guys I'd do it the next day. So here we are on a lovely Sunday morning. Oh, hey, what are we doing here? There we go. Yeah, here we are on a lovely Sunday morning, Week in Review. I'll let everybody slowly trickle in here. Are you guys not getting sound? Are you guys not getting sound? Let me make sure we're good here. Should have sound. Check, 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 check. No sound, New Case is saying. Why is there no sound? There is no reason for there to be no sound. 5x5, all good. Nuke, you are a noob. Nuke the noob. I'm blaming Nuke for that one. All right, guys. Welcome to the show. Happy Sunday to everybody. And yeah, let's get this thing rocking and start out with a big announcement from President Trump. So a couple of weeks ago, we got the most favored nation status. And now President Trump is taking it to the healthcare industry, the insurance healthcare industry, health insurance industry. Let's see if I can put my words together.
Today, I'm thrilled to announce my plan to lower healthcare prices for all Americans and truly make healthcare affordable again. We're doing things that nobody's ever been able to do. We're calling it the Great Healthcare Plan. Instead of putting the needs of big corporations and special interests first, our plan finally puts you first and puts more money in your pocket. The government is going to pay the money directly to you. It goes to you, and then you take the money and buy your own health care. Nobody's ever heard of that before, and that's the way it is. The big insurance companies lose, and the people of our country win. This proposal locks in the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation drug pricing agreement. Now, when you hear about that, for 40 years they've been trying to do it, but they never were able to do it. No other president was able to do it. I got every other country to approve it by the use of tariffs and other things. They all approved it. Nobody else got it. No other president got it. And for the most part, they didn't even try because they felt it was impossible. It'll bring down drug prices 80, 90%, in some cases, just numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. Your prescription drugs will come way, way down. And under this policy, the prices of many drugs will be slashed by 300, 400, and even 500% starting this month at the TrumpRx.gov. So instead of Americans paying the highest drug prices in the world, which we have for decades, we will now be paying the lowest cost paid by any other nation. So any other nation that's paying the lowest cost, that's what we're going to pay. And the American people will get the savings. So I have to reiterate, the lowest price
Golden
in the world
age, folks,
is what you're going to pay. Before, you were paying the highest price in the world by far, and the politicians did nothing about it. So I'm asking Congress to complete the work that we've started. Next, my plan would reduce your insurance premiums by stopping government payoffs to big insurance companies and sending that money directly to the people. Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act, with billions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies that helped their stock prices skyrocket over 1,700%. As you paid more money for health care every single year, more and more, the premiums went higher and higher. I want to end this flagrant scam and put extra money straight into the healthcare savings account in your name, and you go out and buy your own healthcare, and you'll make a great deal. You get better healthcare for less money. That way you can choose the care that is right for your family. To further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to insurance brokers and corporate middlemen that only drive up the costs, and that's what they're intended to do, drive up the cost. But we're driving down the cost. and it fully funds a long neglected part of the law known as the cost sharing reduction program. This measure alone should cut premiums on the most popular Obamacare plans. It's hard to
Yes.
believe there are any because it's a hated program. It's unaffordable, but it's going to cut them by an average of 10 to 15%. Next, the Great Healthcare Plan. That's the name. It's called the Great Healthcare because it's great healthcare at a lower price. Mandates unprecedented accountability and transparency from insurance companies and all healthcare providers so that special interests can no longer profiteer at your expense. As the saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. That is why my plan orders all insurance companies to publish rate and coverage comparisons in very plain English. It requires insurers to publish detailed information about how much of your money they're going to be paying out in claims versus how much they're taking in profits. In other words, you will be able to watch the scam. It forces them to release detailed data on how many claims are being denied and whether those denials are eventually overturned on appeal. And most importantly, it will require any hospital or insurer who accepts Medicare or Medicaid to prominently post all prices at their place of business so that you are never surprised and you can easily shop for a better deal or better care. And you're going to end up doing both. You're going to get a better deal and better care. We will have maximum price transparency and costs will come down incredibly.
All right, let's go. Look, I am not, you guys, anybody that's been listening to me for any amount of times knows that I am not even the slightest bit a fan of Western medicine, at least the way it is today. Probably haven't been to a doctor in over 10 years. Yeah, at least 10 years. I think the last time I was at the doctor when I was in the Marine Corps, and that was, wow, 13 years since I've been out of the Marine Corps, and 18 years since I enlisted. And man, that is probably the last time I went to a doctor, and that's when I had my shoulder surgery. Now I look at surgeries a little bit differently. Like I'm okay with surgeries. I think that's, necessary, but medications and trying to give chemical concoctions to get people better is counterintuitive in my opinion. And I think that if we avoid a lot of these medications, I think that does great things for our body. There's natural remedies out there for everything. And that's kind of what Trump started this health kick with when he was talking about, CBD as, feeding the endocannabinoid system in our body. And then also the request to deschedule marijuana to Schedule 3, another big one. But there's a lot of other stuff out there that you can do and remedy. But in terms of modern medicine, a lot of people are still gung ho on going to their doctor every 3 months or 6 months or whatever for a checkup, and then taking all these pills, and they got the little separator with the Monday through Sunday pills and how many to take on every day and all that stuff. And shit gets expensive. And I love what President Trump is doing here, taking out the middlemen in all of this, enabling the citizen themselves at their own level to shop around for their own insurance. I'm still not a fan of subsidizing this like that, but I get it. Especially if this can reduce that cost. Now, Zach and I talked about this on Monday. I think it was with Zach on Badlands Daily. And I still do have concerns. I mean, there are people in this country that will get that money and it will not go to health insurance. They will take the gamble, pocket the money, and take the gamble. I'm assuming that there isn't going to be accountability on this, because let's face it, there's not accountability on any federal spending in this country, right? So again, it is a little bit concerning, but the most favored nation status, sticking it to the health insurance companies, promoting CBD as a healthcare, kind of supplement. I'm very impressed. I am very impressed. Now, whether or not he can actually get this done, this is going to have to be an act of Congress. So whether or not he's actually going to be able to get this done, we will see. The most favored nation status, that's a big one. That's a huge one. that in and of itself is going to cut, our Medicaid spending and Medicare and Medicaid spending by billions of dollars per year, billions. And again, we'll see what happens with all this, but what he's saying is phenomenal. DJ Silk Farm says, exactly, Brian. I'm in my 70s and have only been to a doctor once in the summer of 2024 since 2009. God bless you. God bless you. Just eat healthy, stay away from processed foods, stay away from too much sugar. And I think your body knows how to take care of itself. I really do. And, I other than Taco Bell and the occasional like Moe's or something like that, I do most of my cooking at home in restaurants. Man, I'll tell you what, last night, Christy and I had a date night, and I'm going off on a tangent here, but we had a date night last night, and we went to this restaurant called Seasons 52. And I don't know if they're a chain like around the around the country or not, but I had wood grilled lamb, and it was unbelievably good. Like I'm thinking about it still right now, and it takes a lot. For those of you who've watched Y Crumbs and stuff, I do a lot of barbecuing, smoking, and that kind of thing. And I will tell you that, damn, man, like it was so, oh man, I'm so hungry now. But I'm about to make my smoking with my chromies meal after this. So I'll get to eat. I'll get to eat something. Jackie says, must be nice to have a date night. Talk to your boy Cam for me, please. Cam, what are you doing, brother? Come on, man. You got to take care of it. To be fair, that's like Christy and I's first date night in probably like 2 or 3 months. But we do everything together. So every day is a date everything you do is a date when you're with the person you love. So I got Cam on that too. Okay. So again, big things with medical. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent there. I know you guys don't want to just hear me sit up here and talk about my life, but I'm stoked. Let's jump into the next biggest news in our world, right? In our world. Now, granted, there's a lot that was going on, but this was huge. Tina Peters had her appeal hearing, and to say that it went well for her is an understatement. Now, it did not go, and me and Ash have talked about this on Why We Vote. We've talked about it on Daily. So we've kind of covered this quite a bit. I live streamed the hearing, and Ash joined me after to talk about it. And so, again, very good news for Clerk Peters, but it wasn't her attorneys that did it. Shockingly, it was the appellate judges. It was the appellate judges that had the big wins for Tina in that hearing. Now, granted, they were briefed on this by Tina Peters' attorneys, and the attorneys can really only kind of go where the judges lead them. So they get 30 minutes, and you come out with the arguments that you want to make. You start arguing, and the judges will interrupt. And they spent way too much time, in my opinion, on the supremacy clause issue, and I don't think they articulated it well enough. That was just my personal take. I think Ash kind of agrees with me on that. She definitely agrees that they took too much time on that. But a lot of really good things have come out of this, and I want to go ahead and play this clip here, which went pretty viral. It's got 500,000 views, so check this out.
Is it your position that a person can still be convicted of a crime with which they were never charged and with which the jury was never instructed, as long as the evidence is sufficient?
Yes, I think that is what the case law indicates, that if it's just in this case, I'll just point out too that, I don't have the language of the statutes that you're citing in your hypothetical, but it was one word, might, and it was already,
but that one word distinguishes it from a felony to a misdemeanor.
And this case made an extra sentence, 15 more months in the Department of Corrections that couldn't have been given had it been a misdemeanor conviction. It clearly affects a substantial right.
And I'll just say, I'm confused as to why the people are continuing to maintain that
So that right there, I'm confused as to why the people are continuing to maintain. I told Ash just kind of a little joke. is Lisa Michaels, who's the senior assistant attorney general that's arguing for the state on this case. She's kind of like Simon Peter, right? Denied Jesus 3 times. She's denying 3 times here. The judges are giving her an out. Like, the judges are like, ma'am, are you sure you want to maintain this position? 3 times. And she's like, yeah, we got no choice.
Proper remedy on this isn't to enter the conviction for the misdemeanor, because the indictment used the word might, and the jury was instructed on that. So that's what the verdict is. I am baffled as to the position that's being taken, that we can somehow overlook that and still enter the felony because the evidence that was presented at trial would have supported the felony. Are you still maintaining that position in front of us here today?
That's twice.
Okay.
Yes, that is our position.
What case law supports that argument?
I'm sorry.
What case law supports that
I've cited
argument?
it in my brief. I don't have it right in front of me, but the case,
It's the omitted elements
Yes,
case law,
correct.
right?
Mhm.
But that's just where the element was omitted, and but the element that was omitted wasn't in dispute. Here, the jury was affirmatively misinstructed. It was instructed on the misdemeanor, and it found her guilty of that misdemeanor beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't the omission of an element. This is a misinstructed jury. How can we correct that by saying, no, we'll just assume that because she could have also been convicted of the felony, we enter that even though we don't have a jury verdict? That's a,
I understand it's a difficult position
Okay.
for the people to be in. But
it's not a position you have to take.
There's the 3rd time. It's not a position you have to take. 3 times. The judges were like, ma'am, just drop this charge.
But thank you. But I do believe that the omitted element language applies because to me, I understand, I can hear from the way you're talking about it, it seems more egregious to add this extra word than it is to omit an element. But to me, omitting an element is a pretty big deal. And the fact that can be
Except
not
in those
reversible.
cases, at least the person was originally charged with the elemental language.
Okay, so real quick, I'm going to finish this, but I do want to ask you guys again. I did this on Badlands Daily. Do you guys want, because a lot of you guys listen to me on Badlands Daily as well, do you guys want me to play the other 2 clips? Because they're 7 minutes and 9 minutes each. So I can either summarize them, or do you want me to play them? If you want me to play them, just put a 1 in the chat and I'll play them.
Here, never on the table.
That is true. But if I can just add, and again, it seems that I will not be able to convince you, but I just want to put my argument out there, which is that there wasn't a confusion from the parties about what they were talking about, because the correct statutory citation was used. So they were on notice of the statutory citation. The language was incorrect, but the statutory citation was correct.
Couldn't that also mean that the prosecution was on notice that they'd only charged, since the language was correct, they'd only charged that language and not, both of them were on notice of something wrong.
Oh, yes. I guess what I'm saying, Your Honor, is just that there wasn't a notice problem because there was the statutory citation, and the parties treated it as though, I think it was an oversight. I think everybody believed that if they had charged and used the language that's what the record bears out, in my estimation.
Okay, so again, and it looks like we're going to play him. I know Smay says I've already seen him 5 times. It's so good, though. It's not every day that you get to go to a state like Colorado and watch an appellate court, which is, judges that are appointed by typically Democrat, governors, and then have them come out in great, usually using great judicial, what would you call it? Judicial prudence, I guess. In asking these questions. It was phenomenal. This was the highlight of the hearing. It was about an hour and a half hearing, and about an hour and 15 minutes. And it was phenomenal. It was great. So I will go ahead and play it again. Sorry for May in the chat. It is what it is. All right, so let's go ahead and do next. We'll do let me kind of explain what's being said here. they mischarged Tina Peters with a felony when it should have actually been a misdemeanor. And when you do something like that, you're talking about a 15-month sentence, but it also has an impact on the rest of the trial. And a misinstructing the jury like that could end up leading to a mistrial at worst, or at best, I should say, I guess, at best, or that charge being just that charge being dropped at worst. So we'll see. It's sorry, I just saw a message and kind of made me laugh. So we'll see what happens with that particular charge, but this is setting the tone for how the state has gone against Tina Peters. And when you see this next clip here that we're going to play, all right, when you see this clip here, it's much of the same. It's a lot of the same thing that they're deceiving the jury in order to get the conviction. And this is something, so me and Ash have both been on top of this trial since it happened. We live streamed it. We've been talking about it nonstop. We've done numerous shows about it on all different platforms. Ash was at the hearing this week. Me and Alpha and Ash and Colonel Smith and Mark Cook, we did 3 series on this, went through the whole thing. We outlined a lot of the same arguments that the judges are making here, a lot of the same arguments that John Case made on behalf of Tina Peters in the brief and also in the court here. But check out this clip here where they're talking about the benefit harm theory, and Ash was on top of this to the fullest extent.
But the official misconduct charge was charged as with the intent to receive a benefit for herself. Why is it not relevant to the jury for her to say, I didn't intend to receive a benefit for myself. I intended to do what I thought was my job and protect the election process. Why was that evidence not relevant, at least to that charge?
Well, I think, and I could be wrong, my understanding was that the theory that was, and I don't know, again, I don't have the indictment right in front of me, but my understanding was that and I think actually there's the interrogatories reflect what the basis of that charge was and what the jury verdict was. And I think it wasn't based on the benefit to herself, but it was based on the violating the election, the state Secretary of State's rules. And so I think it's a little bit different. But I think it's the same idea. And those rules, by the way, just to put it out there, are about access and access to that secure room and keep maintaining logs of who's coming and going. So it's the security protocols essentially. So, okay. So, and so I don't think I think it's still the same. Even if she had this motive, I think it's still, her intent is still to violate the security protocol. I mean, there are different things charged here. We have the attempt to influence, the conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation and violating these security protocol rules. But it's really all the same. It's part of this scheme of deception. That is what she was charged. That all of it relates to that. And so her intent there, even if she had a motive, she has a motive to conceal this outsider's identity, or she has a motive to preserve whatever that she thinks she's preserving election records. She still has that doesn't take away, it doesn't negate the intent that she had. She still, because she had that motive, she had the intent to deceive to engage in this plot of deception. But engaging in the plot of deception has no bearing on the charge of first-degree official misconduct. And I'll have to explore the indictment a little more closely. But I am presently under the impression that the charge was based on
benefit,
the elements of that being an intent to obtain a benefit for herself,
or
someone else, or someone else. So if her argument, even if it wouldn't fly with the jury, if her argument was, my intent wasn't to benefit myself, my intent was to protect the election process, while that would have no bearing on whether the felony charges that require only an intent to deceive, the first-degree official misconduct elements don't have anything to do with an intent to deceive. They have to do with an intent to gain a benefit. Why was that evidence not appropriately submitted to a jury?
I'm sorry. the microphone. I'm sorry. If I can just have a moment to look at the jury instruction on that, because I don't have, I guess my first response without pulling this out just to verify is that the intent doesn't necessarily go to that benefit. It would go to the conduct. Did she intend to engage in that conduct? And so there's the intent, of course, applies to the different elements. And so it would apply to, it wouldn't negate her intent to engage in the conduct that constituted a violation of, or is this the
So here's the charge for you.
official misconduct?
Honor about the dates in question. Tina Peters, a public servant with intent to obtain a benefit for any person. So it does directly apply.
Oh, no, but sorry, could you keep, so there's other, I guess what I'm getting at is what the actus reus is. And so that's the part where the intent, her intent to engage in the conduct itself.
But again,
rules.
if
benefit.
there's a specific intent crime, which this is, the prosecution has to prove that specific intent. The intent to benefit, obtain a benefit for any person or maliciously cause harm to another. And she says, even if I did what I did, my intent wasn't that. And here's the evidence of that. The jury has to hear that evidence to be able to determine whether the prosecution proved the charge.
All right, so I'm going to skip through these parts where, we basically pat ourselves on the back.
Well, the jury did hear that evidence. There was ample evidence admitted, and I cited it in the brief. I have the citations here too, if that's helpful, but that evidence did come in. I mean, the court limited it because the court was ensuring that it didn't turn into a mini trial about.
Sorry, does a trial court with, you were about to make an analogy of the sideshow overcoming the circus.
Circus is right.
When it comes to a defendant's constitutional right to present a complete defense, does a trial court have the ability to curtail that in the interests of not letting the sideshow overcome the circus? Don't they have a constitutional right to present a complete defense? And the only restriction on that I think is out there is that means the court can prevent cumulative or irrelevant evidence, but it cannot curtail the presentation of relevant evidence.
Well, I think, I'm not sure if you disagree. Our argument is that the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury substantially outweighs any probative value. So that's the basis.
Is that the basis of the court's ruling?
That is the basis of the court's ruling, yes. And if we're talking about so there's no error because of that. That is the basis of the ruling. But even if there was some sort of finding that the court should have let that in, it's not a constitutional violation because she was permitted to bring some of that evidence in, and she vigorously cross-examined the evidence. It's only if she's prevented from
A complete deprivation of presenting
exactly,
the defense
yes,
that rises to constitutional.
Is that the
issue.
Cutzinger language?
correct. Yes.
What do you do about the fact that I can't remember that it was actually a later proceeding in Cutzinger itself at the habeas level. Judge Kane at the federal court strongly challenged the validity of that statement, that goes way too far, that it doesn't have to be a complete deprivation, because that essentially shifts the burden to the defendant to defend their constitutional rights instead of to the people to protect them.
So again, another one. This here is kind of a big one because this is the criminal conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, and I still don't understand if she wasn't convicted on criminal impersonation. That's using Wood's identity for Conan Hayes to get into the server room. If she wasn't convicted on that, how can she be convicted on conspiracy? Conspiracy really is the dumbest crime out there because it is one of the few crimes where, so in the United States, we have the presumption of innocent until proven guilty, right? A conspiracy case is the opposite of that. A conspiracy case is you have to prove that you weren't thinking this. Now, granted, they have to prove that you were, but it's much more difficult to disprove your thoughts, justify your actions, and that kind of thing. I'm not a fan at all of conspiracy crimes in this country. And I'll say that the burden to prove a conspiracy should be beyond robust. It should, basically be you saying, hey, let's commit this crime on this day at this time, and here's the planning for it. Because there's a lot of conspiracy charges that they very loosely they very loosely prove it, and they take things out of context, especially with social media now, where people say, shit all the time that's just, inflammatory, but you can't tell tone, body language. There's a lot of context that you're missing. So again, just not a fan of conspiracy cases. But again, this is a big one here because she was not permitted to present all of her evidence. I still believe, and me and Ash kind of debated this, but I still believe that the fact that Conan Hayes was an informant for the FBI, there should be, she should be able to get immunity from concealing his identity, especially in a building that was under her custody, right? That building was under her authority. Those machines were under her custody. Me and Ash kind of had this discussion on why we vote, and she's much more fluent on Colorado law than I am. But the law that Tina broke, they changed it. They tried to change it and retroactive. Well, they did change it, but they tried to retroactively apply it to Tina. And that is where, the problem lies, when you have two elected officials that are going against each other. And the fact that it was bureaucrats that she lied to who are unelected officials, and somehow if Conan Hayes, if his actual identity was known to the bureaucrats, that they would have not done the trusted build or not allowed him in the room, is kind of absurd. That's Tina Peters' room. She is allowed to. The only way they were able to keep him out is with the COVID laws, or COVID rules, saying that because you have to wear the masks and all that stuff, the people that go into that room have to be approved because it's COVID, and you can't have more than 5 people in the room, or whatever the rule was that they put in place. So Tina Peters broke the law by violating a rule, by allowing somebody in there who shouldn't have been in there, even though she is the one that's in charge of that room. So the law in Colorado at the time that Tina Peters had control of that room was violated, usurped by Secretary Griswold, making a rule that they couldn't be in there. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You can't change the law by implementing a rule. One is an act of the legislature, and that is the constitutional authority of the state's legislatures. And the other is a rule promulgated by a bureaucrat. Although, granted, technically, the Secretary of State is an elected official at the state level. But yeah, okay. So there's that one. And then the last one. Got to be on the right screen here. And guys, I'm going to do something here after this next video. And when we move on to the next segment, I am going to be cutting the Twitter feed. And full disclosure, it is a financial decision for me, because when people hopefully will come over to Rumble. And when you're on Rumble, we get better revenues for ads and stuff. So it is a full disclosure. It is. I do these, I don't make a whole lot of money doing this because my channel's not that big, but you got to keep growing it, right? So yeah, it is a financial decision. I'm going to end Twitter. Twitter's got to get an API that Rumble can integrate into their platform so that you can get, because like YouTube, you get commission for the people watching on YouTube, because Rumble's able to determine how many people are watching over there. They can't do that with Twitter, or X, I should say, because X has not does not have an API that they can integrate. So I am going to be ending the X stream here after this next clip. So if you want to make your way over, I will put the Rumble feed. I will put the Rumble feed or excuse me, link in the chat. Although I don't think you guys can see the chat. Yeah, you can't even see it on there. So rumble.com/CannCon, CANNCON, jump on over and let's go ahead and get the next clip up here and running. And
So
there we go. Boom, boom. And here we go. Now this is probably the best argument for Tina having the sentence overturned, or at least resentenced. And in this case, the attorney for Peter's, John Case, I think it's John Case. I think it's John. I know his last name's Case. Requested that if they do remand this back for resentencing, that they get a new judge, because Judge Matthew Barrett, excuse me, is an absolute travesty of a human being. Here we go.
trial court in sentencing referred to Ms. Peters peddling snake oil that's been proven to be junk.
You're no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie, as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies, the undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind. A distinction you can't confidence, position she held. And this is what it is for in all you abused your
Peddling
position.
All right, watch. I want you guys to watch. This was the live stream that me, or not live stream, but this is the saga story, the 3-part series that me and Ash did with Alpha. Watch Alpha's reaction, watch my reaction, but mainly Alpha's. And this is the first time Alpha's heard this. And Alpha, you know, as a former detective, has been in trials, courtrooms, many, many, many times throughout his career. Watch his reactions.
And you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie, as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies, the undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind.
All right, so we'll stop there and get through this. We don't need our opinions. We'll get back into the hearing. All right, so the hearing starts all over again.
As such, eventually.
So the trial court in sentencing referred to Ms. Peters peddling snake oil that's been proven to be junk. She tried to undermine the election and she was weaving tales. Didn't he consider uncharged conduct as he referred, given the references to snake oil, etc.? Wasn't he considering uncharged conduct in sentencing her? And wasn't that an error?
Well, are we talking about the First Amendment issue? I'm not sure that that is, I mean, one, it hasn't been raised, but I understand that it's a concern to the court. I don't think that that's something that's problematic. I mean, all of that was part and parcel of, it was the context of the criminal conduct. She wanted to promote these allegations of election fraud and her scheme of deception, everything she did.
But she wasn't convicted of publicly saying it was election fraud.
Correct. But I think because it's the context, it's relevant. I think it's something that the court can consider.
Why is the context relevant when the court excluded much of the evidence of election fraud? So on one hand, the judge says, Ms. Peters, you can't bring this
Yes.
in. On the other hand, he refers to it when he's sentencing her.
Well, and again, I know the court is aware of this, but if I can I just want to make sure the record is clear that he didn't exclude it entirely. He limited it, but
Right.
also she spent a great deal of time at the sentencing hearing talking about this election fraud. She used it as a platform to make all of these allegations. So of course it was relevant to what
That was the worst thing that she could have said right there. She used it as a platform because now, and they're going to talk about it here, but now that opens the door to First Amendment claims because they are saying that her speech, okay, she is not convicted of anything having to do with election fraud. She's not convicted of anything having to do with anything other than lying to a bureaucrat. Every other thing that Tina Peters is being convicted of, or excuse me, that Tina Peters was accused of, she was found not guilty. Okay. And again, the election fraud facet of this was never charged in the first place. And so the argument here is that she still has the right to publicly state that the election was stolen. And they're making the argument here that this judge is now taking into consideration First Amendment protected speech in sentencing her. And they're exactly right. Huge constitutional infringement.
the court was doing
Well,
at the sentencing hearing. The court was entitled to consider what she said.
Well, then let's turn this as a First Amendment issue.
Mhm.
Is that the
Yep.
court's entitled to consider the larger context, but there's some limitations to that, right? The court cannot punish her for the exercise of her First Amendment rights. Isn't that a fair statement as a broad
Correct.
principle?
I think that's correct. I mean, if the court can consider the conduct and it may factor into the sentencing, just to break that down a little bit. I mean, I think the broad proposition is correct that we can't punish people except in these circumstances, which we're not talking about right now. But I think to the extent that it is relevant then the court can consider it and factor it into its sentencing decision.
But that's the question: is does her political or personal views is it relevant, or is it something that is inappropriately considered? And I guess I would also frame it as, in defending the convictions and what testimony was brought in at trial and what defenses she could assert, the people very narrowly tailor this to, we're not talking about her election conspiracy stuff. We're not talking about making the copy before or making the copy after. We're talking about this very specific conduct of misleading the Secretary of State and the like. But then at sentencing, the sentencing language and the considerations end up broadening out from that considerably and getting into the very issues that you say is outside of that box that helps you defend the convictions on their merits. But my concern is that it did substantially inform the sentence that was imposed, and that creates some constitutional problems, and
Yes.
you don't get to ride both horses.
Yes. Love that.
Well, I think
Love
it's a
that.
different forum, and that really is. I mean, the rules
It
that
is.
we have for the jury are different because
Absolutely.
and so I think that is the first part of my response. The other piece of it is, again, she made it relevant by spending. She had a slideshow. She spent pages and pages going on about this. How is the court supposed to just ignore that? I mean, of course, it's going to be, the court is considering, it has all its considerations.
Imagine that. She made a slideshow. How is the court supposed to ignore that? They just don't. They don't pay attention to it. Has no bearing on the case.
In front of it, and it referenced, it said she doesn't have any remorse. In fact, she's standing up here and doubling down on it. So I think the court, and I see that I'm out of time, so I'll finish there unless you wanted to.
No, I think this
Keep
is important territory. But it's one thing to say, look, she said this and I don't agree, but then to impose additional, or to make it part of the calculation as to whether or not you're going to impose the length of the prison sentence, to me, just because she raised it means that the court can comment on it as to whether or not perhaps it's persuaded or the like. But my concern is that the court didn't say that she's engaging in all of these hoaxes, and she's undermining public confidence, and she's doing all of these things that I think are very detrimental to society. But I'm not considering those for purposes of sentence because she is here on these convictions, and that is the exercise of her First Amendment rights. Instead, I'm going to impose the sentence based on this. So we can address it and reject it. But what my read of the transcript is, the judge considered that, and it went into the calculation of the sentence, and that's a First Amendment problem. Can you disabuse me of that concern?
Well, I think the court used strong language and addressed that. I think the court, I mean, again, as I've said, it's the context, but I think if you look closely at the transcript, the court did lay all that out and then say, but at the end of the day, I think that might even be the quote. At the end of the day, this is about what you did. You violated these security protocols. You had a duty to enforce the security of the elections, and instead you violated it. So he ended up, that was the basis of the
But counsel, this was not about a security breach.
Yes.
This was about misleading public officials to conducting a trusted build in the presence of other people. She wasn't charged or convicted with a security breach. And so that's still beyond the charged conduct and the convicted conduct. I mean, did she try to make it relevant? Yes, but the court exercised its discretion, and you say correctly, to keep that out, but then it let it inform that broader picture, inform the sentence that it imposed. I think having it both ways it fundamentally undermines or calls into question the fairness of the sentence potentially.
Yeah, so well done. So well done. Again, worst case scenario, I think Tina Peters gets resentenced. Best case scenario, total mistrial, and it has to be retried. And here's the thing is, I don't know if they'll bring it again. I don't know if they'll bring this case again if the appellate court overturns the entire, or overturns the conviction and declares a mistrial. I don't know if they bring it again, because if Tina Peters is allowed to present a complete defense, as the appellate judges argue here, that's not going to be good. When you can bring in Walter Daugherty, right, a professor emeritus at Texas A&M, a Harvard graduate, a computer science guru, and have his work looked at, and Jeff O'Donnell and Mark Cook and Colonel Smith. I mean, when you're able to bring in witnesses, Clay Parikh got on the stand. They let him say like 2 things and then they're done. They completely and totally sidelined Clay's testimony. Dallas Schroeder, another one. He wasn't able to testify. One of the other things that they talked about a lot in this trial was that the Secretary of State issued guidance for clerks to back up their system before the trusted build was done. So Tina Peters didn't even need to do what she did. No. And, we'll get some clarity on this, but one of the clerks that I reached out to that I know personally said, Griswold told them to save the election as a project. Now, when you save it as a project, that does not save the entire system that was used in the election. And 52-2071 says you have to have the entirety of the documents and the processes that were used, anything that was used to cast a vote, and that's audit logs. And if you don't have the audit logs, all of them, then you don't have a complete backup. And Mark Cook went through this on the stream we did with Alpha, where he literally pulled up the system, the forensic image, and I think it was Mesa's forensic image, and shows you all the logs that you have to go through. It's not just the system log files that you go through. There's logs and upon logs upon logs. Everyone wants a log. It's like Ren and Stimpy. Remember that? It's log, it's better than bad. It's good. Anyways, there's a ton of logs. And so saving it as a project was not adequate to fulfill the obligations under 52 USC 2071. So we'll see what happens. Again, best case scenario, mistrial, maybe not brought again. Worst case scenario, resentencing, and the official misconduct and the criminal conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation get taken off, which I think if they resentence her, me and Ash both agree, time served. She's already done 16 months. And these are crimes as a 70-year-old nonviolent offender. Now, one of the big things that, and we've talked about this as well, one of the big things that I really want to see happen immediately is, and I don't know if her attorneys have to motion for this, but I want to see an emergency motion to give her bond while this is pending. One of the things that Case brought up at the end of the trial, at the end of the hearing, was that there's only 4 minimum security work camps, prison camps in Colorado, where somebody that's convicted of nonviolent white collar crimes, a 70-year-old woman, Gold Star mother, no past record of criminal activity, never been arrested. I think they say not even as much as a speeding ticket. Okay. She's got all that. And she's in a medium security prison with violent criminals, gang members, rapists, murderers, drug dealers. And she's never done anything even close to that. She lied to a couple bureaucrats and is doing 9 years. And so I'm hoping that we see an emergency motion, or the appellate courts do this on their own, give her bond until they deliberate and come up with their decision. It's got to be done. She can't be staying in there. And then again, like I said, house arrest, something like that. Put the ankle bracelet on her, whatever you got to do, but you can't keep her in these prisons like that. It's cruel and unusual. It's 8th Amendment violations. It's heinous. It's got to go. All right. So like I said, I've got it down there. The X stream is going to get shut down here in a second. And I do apologize, but X has got to kind of get their stuff together and make their API a little more friendly to other platforms. It's not like they're taking people away from X, but jump on over rumble.com/CannCon or youtube.com/CannCon actual. If you guys want to continue on, we got a lot to talk about. Lots. We're only through the first 2 stories. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I can drop a direct link in the because it gives me an option to view it on X. So here we go. I can get in here directly, and I can not comment. Yeah, I can put it in the chat. And so there we go. I will put it up in the chat if you guys want to jump on over. I appreciate it. Again, I told you this is purely my own self-interest in doing this, but sorry. See you guys later. Stay frosty if you don't switch over, and take care. All right. And there we go. We are back exclusively here now on Rumble and YouTube. I guess it's not exclusive if it's 2 places, but let's keep moving. We've got another lawsuit. I'm not as inclined to talk about this one quite as much because it doesn't interest me that much, quite frankly, but I'm being distracted. Here is Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, announcing a lawsuit against the federal government over the deployment of ICE.
Against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota. Because this has to stop. It just has to stop. We allege that the obvious targeting of Minnesota for our diversity, for our democracy, and our differences of opinion with the federal government is a violation of the Constitution and of federal law. We allege that the surge, reckless impact on our schools, on our local law enforcement is a violation of the 10th Amendment and the sovereign laws and powers of the Constitution grants to states. We allege that DHS's use of excessive and lethal force, their warrantless, racist arrests, their targeting of our courts, our churches, houses of worship, and schools are a violation of the Administrative Procedures Act on arbitrary and capricious federal actions. And we ask that the courts will end the surge of thousands of DHS agents into Minnesota. We ask the courts to end the DHS unlawful behavior in our state, the intimidation, the threats, the violence. We ask the courts to end the tactics on our places of worship, our schools.
All right, we can stop there. I will say, like, if I could come up with a positive to say about this little press conference right here, And I hate to admit this, but when you have exorbitant amounts of illegal federal funds potentially benefiting you personally, Mayor Frey has a really nice suit. I'm digging that suit. Thing looks clean. All right. But other than that, piss all the way off with this lawsuit here. We're going to get into more of this. First and foremost, I think everybody here understands that the thing that's illegal in all of this would be the sanctuary city status, the sanctuary state status, telling the federal government you cannot come in here and enforce federal law. We talked about a supremacy clause briefly with Tina Peters. That is the supremacy clause. The Constitution and the authorities of the President of the United States as the executor of federal law and of the Constitution itself it will absolutely reign supreme over state law. And so you can sue them. And again, this is the same thing we've seen throughout the Trump administration. You're going to see district judges shoot this down and say Trump's wrong and make up some novel legal theory, some bullshit excuse for why they can do this. And then the appeals court, depending on which court it's at, will probably either, go one way or the other. But most of these are going to land at the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has been more than favorable to the Trump administration thus far. And that is still with the pushback you get from Roberts, who is, a Boasberg lackey, golf buddy, whatever you want to call it. And some of the other globalists on there who have been less than favorable to President Trump, at least it seems, on some of the rulings. But ultimately, I think, if they do succeed at the district court, which I'd actually be pretty surprised if a district court comes out and says that ICE can't deploy. I mean, it was one thing when they did the National Guard thing because they could hang on the Posse Comitatus Act, but where are you going to go with the DOJ and DHS? I mean, again, I subscribe to John Drake and Ash and Chris and everybody else in that DHS is widely unconstitutional. And all federal law enforcement is unconstitutional, except for Border Patrol. That's the one that I will give it to because that has a specific role that is outlined in the Constitution to protect this country against an invasion, to repel an invasion. But you can also utilize the military for that. We have, 2 million some odd military active duty service members. We have National Guards in states. They can be deployed to the border and have bases on the border, in addition to, the other bases throughout the United States, but mainly have these outposts on the border where they're patrolling the, and securing it. But either way, DHS, in my opinion, is an illegal organization, and Border Patrol can handle most of that. So although ICE would be Immigration, Custom and Enforcement, maybe that should be under Border Patrol, or both of those entities should be under the military. I don't know, but DHS sucks. So, all right, let's play this clip here of Mayor Frey. He's got two different tones, depending on what outlet he's on, I guess. And let me see real quick. I got to make sure I have the next one backed up, ready to go. Yes, let's go ahead and play. Actually, you know what? Hold that thought. I'm going to play this clip first because I want to set it up. So Maze Moore has been crushing it on X with past clips of Obama and the Obama administration doing the exact same thing that Trump is doing now. The same exact thing. Barack Obama deported more than 5 million people during his 8 years in office. It ends up averaging out to about 650,000, I think, give or take, per year. Obama has deported more people than Trump in his first term per capita. I'm not going because obviously Trump hasn't gotten his 8 years yet. Per year, Trump is around 250 to 300,000, they're saying. Now, there's a lot of people that self-deported, and if you add those numbers in, it trumps Obama's numbers. But just plainly on ICE operations and Border Patrol operations to deport people, Obama is actually the deporter in chief, not President Trump. But the media had a totally different spin on how that actually took place, like on how that was portrayed. I was watching, I'll save this for the election segment, but check this out. This was actually a bit of a tough question here, but listen to Obama's response and then we'll play another clip.
Won't you at least consider unilaterally freezing deportations for the parents of deferred action kids.
Yeah. Here's the problem that I have, Jose, and I've said this consistently. My job in the executive branch is supposed to be to carry out the laws that are passed. Congress has said, here's the law when it comes to those who are undocumented, and they allocate a whole bunch of money for enforcement. And what I have been able to do is to make a legal argument that I think is absolutely right, which is that given the resources we have, we can't do everything that Congress has asked us to do. What we can do is then carve out the DREAM Act folks, saying young people who have basically grown up here are Americans that we should welcome. We're not going to have them operate under a cloud, under a shadow. But if we start broadening that, then essentially I would be ignoring the law in a way that I think would be very difficult to defend legally. So that's not an option. And I do get a little worried that advocates of immigration reform start losing heart and immediately thinking, well, somehow there's an out here. If Congress doesn't act, we'll just have the president sign something and that'll take care of it. We won't have to worry about it.
Oh, so Obama's saying, well, the DACA kids, they're here, but the parents, it's still illegal and we have to enforce the law. Why can't, if you can have sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, you can have a sanctuary president, can't you? If the states and the cities can ignore federal law, Constitution, it's not law in the Constitution, but can ignore the Constitution and ignore federal law, why can't the president just choose not to enforce it? President Trump did it, right? With marijuana. President Trump chose during his first term, he said, I'm instructing the DOJ not to pursue criminal charges against states that are selling marijuana. The states at their level, and they absolutely have the right to do this under the 10th Amendment. The states at their level decertify or decriminalized marijuana, but it's still federally criminal. Trump had the authority to go in there and arrest these people, and he chose not to. So why couldn't Obama do that? Why couldn't Obama do that? This is the argument that needs to be made to these leftist retards who are out there thinking Trump is somehow a king when he's not even deporting as many people as Obama did. But they take a couple news clips and they put them out there and they get their leftist retards to go out there and do these dumbass things like drive your vehicle and hit an ICE agent who's detaining you lawfully. The weaponization is insane, and the media dictates so much of this. So much of this. Let me play this clip here just briefly. This was a CNN piece about ICE back during the Obama administration, and they're not portraying ICE really positively, but they're definitely not portraying ICE in a negative light. Not at all.
Just before the sun rises in the Windy City, immigration and customs enforcement agents fan out across Chicago to arrest criminals in the U.S. illegally.
Tac 1, Tac 2, Tac 3.
CNN was granted exclusive access to witness some of those raids.
All right, so we can just stop there. A day with ICE in the sanctuary city of Chicago, quote unquote, sanctuary city of Chicago. So ICE went through Chicago and was doing all this deportation, operations, and the left had no problem with it. The left had, CNN was glorifying it, or at least putting a positive spin on it, not the negative rhetoric that we're doing now with these No Kings protests and all the other nonsense. But, of the thousands and thousands of operations that ICE is conducting each week, and maybe hundreds of thousands over the first year of the Trump administration, a couple instances where somebody gets out of control and somebody gets detained or somebody gets arrested and somebody gets shot because they try and kill whether or not she deliberately did it doesn't matter. The fact that she did it, F around and find out. Now, this is I played these two clips, and I'm just going to play like maybe a couple seconds of this. You get the idea. This guy, this white guy here, I don't know who he is, what he's doing. I'm going to turn the volume down because this one's really loud. But you can see this is a Minnesota protest with a bunch of Somali immigrants, Somali Americans, whatever they are. I'm not sure what this guy's doing, but he's trying to keep this somewhat civil. Okay, so all of that I'm showing to play this clip here, and this is getting pretty close to where the Insurrection Act becomes necessary. When ICE agents, when federal agents have to retreat because of a hostile crowd, and they're not able to enforce the law, they're not able to do their job, that is the epitome. That is the very definition in which the Insurrection Act becomes necessary. Now, is that the only isolated example of this? No. We saw the Minnesota police that went out there actually in solidarity with the protesters got ran off as well. They got ran off as well. There was a video I was watching yesterday. I'm not going to show it, but the guy was wearing a jacket that said freedom on the back of it, an American flag themed jacket that said freedom on the back of it. And the crowd was getting after him, and they were going after him, and they made him take it off. There was another one that was wearing a camo jacket, and the crowd went after him, started beating his ass. And he's like, hey, I'm with you guys. He's just wearing a hunter's camo jacket, not like a digital camo or anything, just camouflage. And, federal agents ended up coming and rolling him up. So that was kind of interesting that they showed up like that and got him out. That was crazy. Let me see if I can find that. This is nuts. I wonder if this guy is an informant or an asset. Let me see if I can find it. Camo feds pick him up. Let me see if I can find this video real quick. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. So they got this guy on the ground. He's wearing a hunter's camo jacket. I know this is compressed really bad. Somebody clearly screen recorded this and saved it.
That's all they asked. He's one of us. Okay. He's one of us.
So you hear him saying, he's one of us. I'm with them.
Okay, good. I'm one of us. You all right, dude? You all right? Come on. He's one of us. How do we know? How we know? I was with him earlier. Why you get ran out earlier? I don't know. He's one of us. I'm with them. Trust me.
Now look at the white van right there. This is weird.
You touch us, bro. You good? You all right, man? Hey, move back. Move back. All right. Move back right now. Back up. Back up. Yeah, save your Nazi. Put him in your Nazi van. Go get him some help.
That's odd, isn't it? Unless like the guys that he's saying I'm with were like a resistance. Do we have counter protest groups out there roaming the streets? Like, they see these Antifa Marxist groups that are out there, the anarchists, which thanks for giving anarchy a bad name. Thanks. I like anarchy. I just don't like Antifa's anarchy. They want more government regulation. They want, yeah. Anyways, but isn't that really odd that this guy like is getting his ass beat, and then all of a sudden feds roll up and scoop him up after he's saying, "I'm with you guys." Sounds like he might have been inserted. Very interesting. All right. So let me, I got to remember, I can delete these as I go because, so you guys should see my browser because I save all these stories as I'm going through the week so I can do a robust week in review. I've got like 30 tabs open, and in the morning I have to put them all together and all this, stuff like that. Okay, so real quick, let's do a quick reset here. And if you have not done so yet, please smash that thumbs up. All right, please smash that thumbs up. Almost 500 people watching, which is awesome for a Sunday morning. That is awesome. Hit that thumbs up. It'll help out tremendously. And also, if you're just kind of lurking in the background, jump in the chat and just say hello. That also helps us out a lot when we get unique chatters, is what they call it, unique chatters. And so that helps out as well. Let's take a quick break here and talk about a sponsor. Let me bring this back up here. And let's talk about a sponsor here real quick. All right, guys. Oh, my screen's frozen. Okay, there we go. All right, there's a reason you don't hear much about molecular hydrogen in mainstream health. It isn't a drug. It isn't patented. And there's not much money to be made selling better water. Molecular hydrogen is created by running a small electric current through water, producing a form that dissolves into the water and can be absorbed by the body. It's been studied for reducing oxidative stress and inflammation, two of the biggest drivers of chronic pain, joint stiffness, and slow recovery. A lot of that research is tracked by the Molecular Hydrogen Institute out of Utah, and the technology has been used quietly in clinics and by professional athletes for years, especially around injury and physical wear and tear. The Life Water hydrogen bottle makes it accessible. You add tap water, press a button, and in about 3 minutes, the water visibly changes. It's not a stimulant, and it doesn't mask symptoms. The goal is supporting the body's own recovery process. Life Water publishes third-party lab tests, which matters with this kind of technology. Right now, it's about $80 with a 50% promo backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. If you have a loved one dealing with pain, inflammation, or recovery issues, this is a gift that actually makes sense. To learn more, go to buylifewater.com or scan the QR code on the screen. All right. I want to get one of those so bad. I need to just do it. I need to just do it. I drink water all day, every day, and tap water is like, I get concerned, man. And if I can just, drink that instead, I'll be okay. I'm going to spend money on the filters and everything else. So why not? All right, let's jump into this clip here. And again, this is Mayor Frey, who has two different tones depending on what network he's on.
Let me ask you about the leadership in your state. Dozens of people in Minnesota have been charged and convicted with stealing millions of dollars of taxpayer money for government programs. Do you think Governor Walz did enough to stop the fraud in your state? And do you support his decision not to run for re-election?
Well, look, Governor Walz is the reason that we've got paid family leave in Minnesota. He's the reason we've got free school lunches. Him and I, we've been through thick and thin.
But did he do enough to combat fraud,
over these
Mayor? Did he do enough to combat fraud?
Look, obviously, everybody could have done more to prevent fraud. And I think that's a fair point to make. Do more to prevent fraud. And you look what he's doing right now. He's setting up a whole bunch of infrastructure to do that. And by the way, look, the fraud's real. We've all got to acknowledge it. The fraud is very real. And by the way, when somebody commits fraud, and there are many that have done that, you investigate it. You charge, you prosecute, and you put the person in jail. As an individual, you put the person in jail as an individual. You do not hold an entire community, any community, accountable for the actions of individuals.
We're not talking about individuals anymore, Mayor Frey. By the way, you're going to see how he ups the rhetoric in the next clip here. We're not talking about individuals anymore. This is if this was safe and rare. Right. The old Clinton adage, safe and rare for abortion. This is not an isolated thing. This is widespread, and it's got to go up to the administrative and the executive levels. And he knows Jacob Frey knows that his days are numbered, that there will be indictments, most likely against him, against Ellison, against Tim Waltz, against all the administrators that the Minnesota Department of Education and other agencies have blown the whistle on, saying that they knew and that they should have known and that they've been told, and whistleblowers have tried to speak this up and they've been retaliated against. It's not going to be a good day for Mayor Frey, and he knows that the days are numbered. I think. Now, this is just to show you how, depending on the platform, Mayor Frey has completely different tone.
You're basically asking, can our cops arrest?
He's wearing the same suit, right? He's wearing the same. Oh, wait, maybe. Well, no, maybe not. He's not. It's a different color jacket. So I retract that.
Yeah. From a legal perspective, yes. From a practical perspective, to state the reality, yeah, it does get kind of hard when they drastically outnumber us and they have bigger guns than we do. It does. And here's the thing. We don't want to create warfare in the street. We want to keep our communities safe. We're trying our very best to do that. So nobody, our police officers, ICE agents, civilians, nobody can act illegally. Nobody can. And so we're trying to find the best way to prevent these ICE agents from acting illegally while not causing a firestorm on the street. Am I saying it won't happen? No, I'm not saying it won't happen. What I'm saying is, like, you know, I am in charge of keeping the peace and directing our police officers, and I got to keep everybody safe. And so I can't commit to anything.
It's crazy that you're even there, right? I can't commit one way or another to deal with how, how our law enforcement officials should deal with rogue federal law enforcement. And it's like, these are the guys that are the don't tread on me guys. And they have federal agents coming into your city, menacing your citizens who aren't doing anything illegally. And you've got to have separation of powers discussions in the mayor's office. It's crazy.
The bottom line is we are working on every strategy that is available to protect our residents, and where illegality is taking place, where people are being mistreated and hurt, our officers are going to be there to help the best they can to keep people safe.
So you're seeing the incitement of the crowd, the people, right? You have a mayor that is, just kind of nonchalantly saying that our ICE agents don't have the ability to fight, or excuse me, our police officers don't have the ability to fight ICE agents. And they do it under the guise, and this is not the first time that this has happened. They're like, oh, well, people are asking me about this. Who did I just play a clip of that said this very same thing? It might have, I don't think it was that one. Oh man, I can't remember, but they said, my constituents are asking me, what are you going to do to fight ICE? Like, what are you going to do about this? And you do that so that you have cover, you have plausible deniability. You can say that it wasn't you that said it. You were just citing somebody else. Here's another clip of this piece of human garbage. Michael Fanone talking about federal agents and the Second Amendment.
I appreciate the foul language coming out of the mouth of, the mayor of Minneapolis. And I think that his sentiment in the moment was appropriate. That being said, what are you doing? What are you directing your law enforcement agencies to do to protect your citizens? How are you going about doing that? I don't need to hear from the chief of police that we all need to remain calm and protest peacefully. Fuck you and fuck that. What are you doing to keep me safe? What are you doing to keep my mother safe, my sister safe, my community safe from these thugs? That's what I need to hear coming out of these agents or these officers. Because if you're not going to do it, then it's time for the American people to organize and to utilize their Second Amendment right to protect themselves from what has clearly become an unaccountable and lawless agency that's killing Americans.
I mean, telling somebody, somebody like this that has kind of built a reputation with the left. Okay, there's nobody in the conservative movement, MAGA, that looks at Michael Fanone and is like, that's a good guy, right? Nobody. I mean, maybe somebody. Only sits still in absolutes. But this is the type of rhetoric that is trickling down now, and you're seeing, guys like this on the streets saying this, and then put out there on these left-wing podcasts that are dog whistles to their listeners to adopt this type of mentality.
The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
Oh.
You're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee?
We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We had people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box. That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
Way to go, Fanone, Frey, all these other leftist retards. That's what they are, plain and simple. I mean, enforcing immigration law. This is the conundrum, and I talked about this. I think, with Chris Paul on Friday. This is the perfect position for the left to grandstand from, because they have the moral, quote unquote, supremacy in this argument. And this isn't to us. I mean, we have a pretty based group. We're kind of on the alternative media side. We are on the alternative media side, not kind of. But you go into like the Fox News normies, they're still pushing this is good, but maybe we should tone it back a little bit. Now the left has completely gone and flipped in reverse from the clips I played earlier, right? The CNN clips, the Telemundo clips where they're asking him about asking Obama. They can pretend that they're taking the moral high ground here, because the cause and effect of what Joe Biden did for the last 4 years with the open border and 12 million people coming across that border, widely unvetted throughout the United States, dispersed and disseminated where they needed them to be, is a problem. But now the counter to that is aggressive enforcement of our laws. And that is an unpopular opinion with the left. They've been making their way over to that side of we don't want the laws. It used to be Republicans. That were like, well, not Republicans. I hate Republicans. It used to be conservatives that were like, we need less law. We need less law. Now it's the Republicans saying, yes, we want the laws enforced. Okay, that's very good. But in doing so, the left gets to say, well, we have the moral high ground because now you're going into our cities and you're destroying our cities. No, your cities have been destroying your cities by making them sanctuary cities and making them sanctuary states and letting these people suck off the tit of our government. The teat, excuse me, not the tit. Letting them suck off the teat of our government for years and years and years while you get worse and worse and worse. Us, the taxpayer. We watch inflation. We watch our dollar not go nearly as far as it used to be. And then we find out there's $10 billion in fraud in Minnesota. Tiny little Minnesota. How many people are there in Minnesota? 3 million people? How many people? Okay, 5.7 million. That is 3 counties in Florida. That is Miami-Dade, Broward, and Orange County. Maybe one other. Maybe we got to throw in like Duval or something like that. I guess that's kind of big. 5.7 million. How many of those are illegals? Who knows? But we're getting absolutely crushed out here by this. 3 million in Iowa. There you go. Yeah. But I mean, come down to Florida, come down to Texas, get California. if you think Minnesota's bad, I'm going to say when they go hard on California, and I think it's already happening, I think they're not ready for that deployment yet, but it's already being done. And Newsom is kind of suggesting that with some of his rhetoric that he's been putting out lately. But I think California, they've got an idea of where the fraud is. They just got to make sure that it's bundled up and packaged nicely with a bow. So when they put it out, it has the same effect that this has right here. But, if Minnesota's 10 million, I think we could see 100, 120 million plus out of California, maybe more than that. Texas, same thing. And I hope Texas is next. If the progression goes the way I would like it to go, I'd like to go from Minnesota to Texas, just because same way when Trump was deploying the National Guard and he started with Los Angeles. And then I was saying, hey, this is a good thing. We need to see this done in a red state, in a blue city in a red state. And I said, Memphis would be perfect. It's, consistently in the top 5 in murders in the country. It's often in number 1 behind, St. Louis, I know, is up there every once in a while. Detroit has been up there. But Memphis would be the perfect place for President Trump to deploy the National Guard, because it takes away the argument that he's only doing this in blue states. When he did it in Memphis, boom, perfect. Cleans up Memphis. The governor welcomes him. Everything's great. Same thing with this fraud. Go to Florida or Texas next. Florida would be ideal because, you've got DeSantis and you're going to turn the screws on DeSantis. And he's a presidential hopeful. Like him or not, he's a presidential hopeful in 2028. So is Abbott. Abbott could be as well. So either one of those 2 states, go there first, then go to California. And California needs to be done specifically, probably I would say the deployment for California probably needs to be September, maybe August, September, right as voting for the midterms is starting. August, September would be the ideal time to expose California. First off, it shows that you're willing to do it in the red states by going to Florida and Texas first. But it also then reshifts that focus from a red state and puts it back on a blue state. So there's my prediction. I'm making a prediction. Somebody flag that. Liberty Line flag that. Here is my progression prediction. Texas or Florida is next. Then from there we go to California. California gets done sometime in August or September. Exposed sometime in August, September. There we go. Okay, let's jump back in. I got to catch my breath here for a second. How's everybody doing? Hit that thumbs up if you have not done so. So we talked about this on Thursday here. This was ICE. This was protesters making the FBI. Now I'm told this is the FBI, not ICE. Flee their unmarked vehicles because of hostility, and then they just stole the lock boxes out of the back of them.
Hey, don't hit them.
Just ripping those things out, ripping them out. Now, those lock boxes, if you watched Daily, Alpha was on, and Alpha, had a lock box in his car. So he knows how that goes. Just real quick, new case says Ohio. Ohio, I will add Ohio as a potential place. Yes, I will say that. Okay. Ohio, Florida, Texas. Although I would still think Florida, Texas would be more ideal, but those ones too. Ohio could also be strategic because you're going after DeWine in Ohio, and you've got Vivek running, and Vivek is, even though he's been widely irrelevant, he still has, I still think Trump backs him, although I don't know how much at this point. Okay, so getting back to the story here. So this is another lockbox in a separate vehicle, and they steal the rifle out of it.
Almost there.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, look at that guy with the face tattoos. He's got the king. I'm guessing Latin King's tattoo right there on his cheek. Yeah, that goes really well with your employer. So there you have it, getting a little bit crazy out there. President Trump was asked this week, and this is new. I have not yet played this on any of my shows. President Trump was asked about the Insurrection Act.
Say it.
What's the trigger for the Insurrection Act in Minnesota? What are you waiting for?
Well, the Insurrection Act, which has been used by 48% of the presidents as of this moment, the Insurrection Act also, if you look at it, I believe it was Bush, the elder Bush, he used it, I think, 28 times. It's been used a lot. And if I needed it, I'd use it. I don't think there's any reason right now to use it. But if I needed it, I'd use it. It's very powerful.
So this is interesting. President Trump, for those that like to play the what is he actually saying here, President Trump says that the Insurrection Act has been invoked by 48% of presidents. And then what was the number he says for George Bush Sr.?
Presidents as of this moment. The Insurrection Act also, if you look at it, I believe it was Bush, the elder Bush. He used it, I think, 28 times.
Okay, so the elder Bush used it 28 times. So just real quick, ask Perplexity. What percentage of U.S. presidents have invoked the Insurrection Act? Out of 46 U.S. presidents through January 2026, which it's 47 now, so good job, 17 have invoked the Insurrection Act, equating to 37%. So he's off by 11%, allegedly, reportedly. He's off by maybe now. To be fair, and it brings up a good point here. The act was enacted in 1807. So let's just play, and I want to fact check him. How many presidents were there before 1807? 3. Okay, so then what is 17 out of 44 in percent? 38.6. So still not quite there. Okay, how many times did George Bush Sr. invoke the act? It says twice. So a couple things could be going on here. First off, it's not lost on me, the 17 there. Get the keck. All right, get a little keck. 17 have invoked the Insurrection Act. Also saying 48%, 48th president, coming next year, or coming 2028. 45, 46, 47, and 48. We're going for the FDR record right there. But I'm wondering perhaps if Bush is on the record as doing it twice, Trump says 28 times. I'm wondering if perhaps he's alluding to the Insurrection Act being invoked without public disclosure, perhaps. I don't know. He tends to talk like that, right? In very exaggerated terms, right? And a lot of times what we know, what the facts that we know, the quote unquote facts, it doesn't line up with what he's actually saying. So, kind of wonder what are the hidden messages that he's putting out with that? It's always interesting. It's always interesting. Let's keep going here. We're going to now actually talk about some of the fraud. And here we go. So Dr. Oz put this out. In October, we flagged $1.3 billion in Medicaid funds that 6 states may have unlawfully spent on healthcare for illegal immigrants. $1.3 billion just on illegal immigrants in 6 states. Out of 6 states, it doesn't say which ones, but I'll guarantee you, probably wasn't the biggest ones. Since then, we've gathered more data, and the total has grown to over $1.8 billion across 8 states. It's against the law to spend federal Medicare on non-emergency healthcare for illegals. 3 states failed to provide that for this $1.8 billion. So today, CMS is announcing that we're withholding nearly $300 million from California, which is by far the worst offender, until they demonstrate to our satisfaction that they are spending that money properly. Let's go. Accountability. We'll get more into the accountability thing here in just a second. Nick Shirley put out another video. It hasn't gotten quite as many views as the last one. I think the last one was like 130 million. This one's only gotten 7 million, which is still good. But in order to explain this video, I'm going to jump over here to Jesse Waters, because he actually does a better job explaining this than watching the whole documentary. I'm not saying Nick Shirley's the documentary was bad. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but Jesse Waters lays it out here in about a minute.
Minnesota fraud faucet keeps on dripping, and we're not talking daycares anymore.
When a Somali goes to the doctor, magically they forgot how to speak English, so they need an interpreter there. So the county brings in an interpreter at $100 an hour, minimum 8 hours, to interpret what the doctor is telling the patient. And then remember, the interpreter has to get to the doctor's office or the hospital. How are they getting there? The transportation company, and then they got to get back home. And that patient had to get to the doctor's office. How? Transportation.
Oh, so how much are we paying the interpreters and their drivers?
Almost 900 of them are Somali owned. So in the second video, Nick Shirley and I went to 16 of them. I've actually been to about 70 of them. They don't exist.
So transportation companies that transport no one. Sounds like something we should be looking into.
Yeah, maybe. You know, translators paid $800 for asking some questions because somebody is a quote unquote American citizen and has not made any effort to assimilate and can't speak anything other than their native tongue. And then that translator has to be driven to and from, because at $800 for a day's work, a couple hours, but they get paid for the whole day, they can't afford a vehicle of their own. Come on now. This is all going to roll out. CBS, at least 6 Minnesota federal prosecutors resign amid pressure to treat Renee Good killing as an assault on ICE agents. Unfortunately, this is Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, who prosecuted the Feeding Our Future scam. Maybe unfortunately, I don't know. I haven't looked at the foundational levels of that case and how it was handled in the court, and whether there's potentially more people that weren't charged that should have been charged. Right? Obviously, we know that there were elected officials that should have been charged, and they didn't get charged in that. So maybe this guy resigned because he does see the pressure coming down. And Pam Bondi goes on to say he's fired. So before the chat goes crazy on me, Bondi said that he was fired. But I'm just trying to make a point here that perhaps there's something more to this resignation, firing, whatever it is. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson is also the guy that was currently, no longer now, but had filed the case against Vance Bolter. And that's still a case that I want to watch that trial. Here's Pam Bondi saying that the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota were actually fired.
In Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months in Minnesota.
All right, there we go. That's her side. Just the News put this out. Republicans are weighing making foreign-born public fraudsters deportable and subject to denaturalization. Yes, let's go. You come to this country, you become a U.S. citizen. Yes, you absolutely have all of the First Amendment rights, all of the constitutional rights. You get those. You've met the requirement that the United States has put forward for you to be a U.S. citizen. You're a U.S. citizen. You need to make an assimilation effort to become a U.S. citizen, adopt, at least to an extent, the culture. If you don't want to come to our country and adopt our culture and our heritage and become, an American, then go back to where you came from. You're not bringing your problems from where you came from over to our country. You're just not doing it. If you're over here for work, then get a green card. You're not a U.S. citizen. Get a green card, get a work visa, do what you got to do and go back. But if you're coming over here to escape for asylum, to escape, persecution, political persecution, whatever the case might be, great. Well, not great, but, sarcasm. Great. Become an American. Become an American. You're not going to run around having translators paid $800 a day for 1 hour worth of work to translate for you because you're somehow now privileged and more special. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is if you commit crimes, and I'm not talking misdemeanors. Misdemeanors happen, guys. We're not talking about, somebody jaywalking or somebody gets a speeding ticket or even a DUI, although I think that is pretty dangerous. We're talking about like legit fraud, capital crimes, violent crimes, robberies, armed robberies, that type of stuff. Rape, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You're denaturalized. You do not belong here. We're not going to sit here and put you in prison and fund all that. Hold on one second, guys. So I'm all for this. I love this bill. I love this bill. Politico. Judges block Trump's $10 billion welfare fund freeze. U.S. District Judge Aaron Subramanian ordered that money from three programs, Child Care Development Fund, Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, and Social Service Block Grants, must continue to flow to the states. The decision, which expires in 2 weeks, gives the two sides time to submit more extensive legal arguments on whether the cuts should be allowed. So it's not a complete and total block, but it's blocking it for 2 weeks while they continue to litigate this case. California, Colorado, Illinois, New York, and Minnesota are the plaintiffs in this case. California is in line to receive about $10 billion in targeted funding. The Trump administration has alleged without evidence, without evidence is widespread fraud and waste in the state's welfare programs. Administration officials are requesting reams of information about how states administer the programs in an effort to bolster the claims of malfeasance and ineptitude. If you can't manage your fraud, if you are going to keep the federal government from conducting meaningful quality oversight audits of your systems and your roles and everything else that a corporation is required by the federal government to do every year, then you don't get to stay here. Or excuse me, you don't get the funding. I'm on the last topic. My wife just texted me something. I was trying to think about that. She's getting me stuff for smoking with my chromies, and I'm making sure if 3 3/4 pounds of ground beef is enough. That sounds like a lot, but I don't know. I might need it. Anyways, the federal government should absolutely be able to do that. If you're going to stop the federal government from transparency, then you don't deserve the money. Oh, our founding fathers had the 10th Amendment and they wanted the states. Our founding fathers never anticipated a federal government nearly as big and as overpowering as it is now. So I agree we need to downsize and scale down the federal government, abolish the 16th Amendment, get rid of personal income tax, get rid of the Federal Reserve. There's a whole bunch of shit that we need to do, but we're talking years and years of work in doing all of that. In the meantime, when you guys are taking federal taxpayer dollars and spending them illegally, fuck off. No more. And any judge that stops that type of accountability and transparency is clearly an operative. Case in point, they're calling Trump's efforts to clean the voter rolls. Same thing. They're calling it unconstitutional, saying that the federal government does not have the authority. The executive branch of the federal government does not have the authority. They did the same thing in Oregon. So Oregon and California thus far are the two states that have said that that have not just said, but have been victorious in the courts, trying to stop the president as the executor of the laws in the United States and the executor of funding, to stop them from being accountable, or the states from being accountable. And their excuse is it's protected data, blah, blah, blah. We hashed this one out. Ash and I did. I think it was Ash and I. It might have been Alpha. But here's Harmeet Dillon making the same argument that me and Ash made.
Some of the arguments we've heard, Casey, include, why are you asking for the Social Security number? That's top secret information. The federal government issues the Social Security numbers. It is not top secret information from us. And we are going to either get these voluntarily or sue. So now we've got about a dozen or 13 states that are either in the process of complying with us or they've already complied with us. We have a few more who are considering what they're going to do. There may be pending litigation already to stop them from giving us the voter rolls. And there are a few that I'm planning to sue in the immediate future. And we're in litigation right now with 23 states and the District of Columbia to get their voter rolls.
Hey, I hope she's successful in that, because there's no way on earth that the federal government should not be able to go in, especially because it's not being done. When it's done at the citizen level and you find that tens of thousands of people that don't belong on the voter rolls, you're putting that burden on the citizen because the states are not doing their job adequate enough. And this is where the federal government should come in and get in the middle of this and do the accountability. Well, they don't have the right under Article 1, Section 4. The Congress the states make their own laws on elections. Yes, but the Congress has the preemptive clause for first and foremost. Also, when that was drafted by our founding fathers, when they drafted the Constitution, the federal government was nowhere near what it is today. The federal government was not funding states to run their elections. So again, this is an accountability issue more so than it is a First Amendment, Article 1, Section 4 argument. It's accountability. And again, the alternative to this is, and this will be fought, stop funding it. If a state is not going to comply with the federal government to provide transparency and accountability, cut the funding. Cut the funding. All right, we are done with those topics. Oh, actually, no, we do have one more story on elections. Oh, there was something else I said I was going to play during elections, and I forgot. Damn, I do this all the time. The Hill Supreme Court rules House Republicans can challenge mail-in ballot deadlines. This is a big story, not so much because of that specific ruling, but that the court said that candidates absolutely have standing to bring election cases, which was one of the primary things that everybody pushed back against in 2020, following the 2020 election. Now, what's really interesting to me is that here we are 5 years later, and we're just now finding out that the president, I'm a little tired, that the president has standing, or that a candidate, not just the president, but that a candidate for office has standing to bring the suits, no matter if they won by a lot or won by a little. And I don't know, man. I thought that was pretty common sense. In fact, I was a little bit discouraged by Chief Roberts and what he says in this post. Let me pull it back up here for a second, because I talked about this with whoever it was I covered with last week. Quote, candidates, in short, are not mere bystanders in their own elections. They have an obvious personal stake in how the result is determined and regarded. I disagree with that. I think everybody that votes in an election has a personal stake. And by that same definition, I think that the standing issue needs to go down to the people as well. You should absolutely have a right to sue about our elections. If you don't want to get sued about our elections, how about you start listening to people when they say things about our elections? And when consensus says our elections are royally fucked, how do you not pay attention to that? You got a Republican majority in the House, a Republican majority in both chambers of Congress. You got a Republican Supreme Court, and you've got a Republican president who is an election hawk, who wants election integrity more than just about anything. It's probably his most talked about issue. And yet they haven't even made an effort yet to do anything about or cleaning up our elections. So thank God for President Trump trying to do it through executive action, because Congress ignoring the will of the people, because they're all illegitimate people, elected, quote unquote, elected officials who are beholden to those elections and require them. All right. The New York Times, federal prosecutors open an investigation into Fed Chair Powell. The U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. has opened a criminal investigation over the central bank's renovation of its Washington headquarters and whether Mr. Powell lied to Congress about the scope of the project. The inquiry includes an analysis of Powell's public statements and an examination of spending records. Jump down here. Senator Tom Tillis vowed to oppose any confirmation of any nominee for the Fed, including any coming chair vacancy, citing reports of the subpoenas. Not anything new there. Senator Elizabeth Warren said as Donald Trump prepares to nominate a new Fed chair, he wants to push Jerome Powell off the board for good and install another sock puppet. The renovations at the center of the investigation are estimated to be about $700 million over budget. $700 million over budget. The project involves expanding and modernizing the Mariner S. Eccles building and another building on Constitution Ave, which date back to the 1930s. A 2021 version of the Fed's proposal described private elevators and dining rooms for top policymakers, water fountains, and new marble features, in addition to a rooftop terrace for staff. Pressed at a congressional hearing in June, Powell denied that many of those features were part of the latest proposal. There's no VIP dining room. There's no new marble. We took down the old marble. We're putting it back up. We'll have to use new marble, and some of it broke, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what this story's all about. It's interesting because we're not technically funding the renovations there. It's not Congress that's funding this. The Fed funds it themselves. But who is the Fed's revenue source? Us. The revenue source is us. So it's interesting. What is going on here? Stand by for 2 seconds. All right. Yeah, so I was looking in the chat and I saw somebody getting censored. That was not me. And please, guys, I'm very, very strict about what I let people or about what would get you kicked out of my chat. And that's not it. Spamming for sure. And that's pretty much about it. That's pretty much about it. So somebody says a fag or fuck you or anything like that, we're not going to kick people out for that, guys. Spamming and I don't know, maybe like hardcore racism. It's got to be like hardcore because the term racism is very broad now. So just please keep that in mind to my mods. And all right. Let's go ahead and hit a sponsor real quick and kind of reset here. Are we? Yeah, because we're about to move. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that now because we're about to get into Congress. Congress is actually doing some good work. I actually am pleasantly surprised at what Congress is doing right now. So, but I want to share a quick story about a family supporting this channel. Their father had a rare form of cognitive decline due to his military service that made him unable to work. Their mother had to stop working too so she could take care of him. Their son discovered new U.S. Library of Medicine studies on various mushroom blends that could significantly support cognitive function. So they began creating a complex mushroom supplement based on that research, not just to help their own family, but to help others. They nearly quit after multiple setbacks and having their first batch stolen. Fast forward, and now they speak at medical conventions nationwide. Their company is called Emerald Med, and their product massively supports brain, immune, blood, and heart function. Your cognitive function optimizes everything you do. You can get knees, heart, and kidneys replaced, but you cannot get a new brain. I wish the left could, but So investing in the only brain you have for the rest of your life, it matters. If you want to support a community that supports our channel and free speech with their marketing dollars, and you want to try a strong mushroom supplement, they're running a New Year's deal. Just click the link below and use the code to get 30% off. It's currently the most concentrated mushroom gummy in the US. It has up to 400 compounds and is rich in vitamins and minerals. With 6 formulations in one, it's like getting 6 supplements for the price of one. You can click the link below to try Emerald Med's mushroom gummies for 30% off today. All right. I'm telling you guys, I'm all about the earth healing, right? I like the natural remedies. So use what God gave us. Woo! Can we have an intermission? These shows, man, doing 3-hour shows in the week. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Don't use fag. Poofta. They are pooftas. I like the word fag. I use that word all the time. Fags and retards. We're taking it back. We're taking it back. Did you guys see? Here, you know what? Let me do this because we do have another sponsor. And this is downright hilarious. We have another sponsor on this program, I should say. Have you guys seen the new soft disclosure ad? Speaking of taking back fags and retards and all that stuff, check out this ad. And let me start off, softdisclosure.com, promo code CannCon. If you're watching here, softdisclosure.com, promo code CannCon. If you are watching right here, I am a Kung Fu master. Why do you not respect me? You want to fight me? I will fight you to your death. Do you want to tame the mane that is your ugly beard? Do you want your beard to feel silky smooth? You want to make it illustrious like my Kung Fu beard? Then you need soft disclosure beard oil. Softdisclosure.com. Promo code BADLANDS. CannCon. If you're watching here, CannCon.
A soft disclosure on your beard. Many lady come to you.
Oh man, that was epic, man. That was from OnlyLands on Friday night. That was epic. That was epic. Marine in the Woods, the voiceover is hilarious. Yeah, so that the way that worked, John cleaned it up quite a bit and mixed, or I don't even know if John made that, to be honest with you. I don't know who made that. But we were trying to kind of make fun of the old Kung Fu movies, like back in the day, where they, were all in either Korean or Chinese or Japanese or whatever, country it was in. And they couldn't get the lips to sync, obviously, because you're doing English when they're speaking a different language. And so there was always like that kind of like, anyways, that's what we were going for. I thought it came out really good. So yeah, I was impressed. Anyways, yeah, I do have my own code here. If you're watching on this show, if you watch Badlands, use the Badlands code. But if you're watching here, softdisclosure.com, promo code CannCon. Get you some of that beard oil. It is good stuff. All of Soft Disclosure products are fantastic. I'm not a lotion guy. I'm not a big lotion guy. I live in Florida. We have humidity, so we don't get dried out. But the beard oil is great. I take John's advice now, and whatever's left on my hands, I just kind of rub on my face. That works great. Christy loves the tallow stick, and the chapstick stuff. The lip balm, I think it's called. It's fantastic products. And it's America First. It directly supports Badlands. So even if you use promo code CannCon, it still supports Badlanders, my colleagues over at Badlands. So you're helping both still, but it helps American businesses. Annie over at Willow Winds has all American businesses that she gets her supply chain from. So shop local, guys. And by local, I mean America in this case. And you're supporting Badlands. So, all right, let's get back into the news. And man, I might have to start breaking these shows up into like let's kind of go through some headlines. We'll do headlines here. All right. Speaker Johnson expects all government funding bills to pass on time as 2 more head to the floor. This is a big deal. Okay. This article here took me a little bit by surprise this week, excuse me, because it is a big movement in the direction towards single item appropriation bills, which we were promised by Speaker McCarthy in 2023 with the Matt Gaetz 15 votes thing. And we never got it. This is the first effort to get it. And look at how the tone is around this. The spending bill is due in 13 days, 12 days. They have to vote on it or the government shuts down again. And the fear. But now we've got, let's see, I think if we get into the article, Speaker Mike Johnson said that he believes lawmakers can pass the remaining 9 of 12 funding bills by the January 30th deadline. So unless I'm misreading this somehow, and they're not doing a big continuing resolution or an omnibus at this time. Now, could we see something where, there's pushback on the other 9 bills? And because of that, they have to go to a continuing resolution? Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. I would not be surprised if we see that type of, argument, rhetoric, whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that pick up here in a couple months or so. That very well could happen. But in the meantime, I'm very pleased with this. So we'll move on to the next story here. Also, just news, bipartisan bill to cap annual deficits at 3% could curb debt growth. Well, no shit, it would curb debt growth. If you curb the amount of money you can spend and you keep it within 3% of what you take in, that's a good thing. Should it be 3%? No, it should be much lower. You always take in more than you spend. That's the ideal function of any business. And the federal government, let's be real, is nothing more than a business at this point. You got your chief executive, you've got your body, your board of directors, which would be Congress. You've got your attorneys, general counsel, which would be the, Supreme Court and all that, and maybe the DOJ as well. But the country is a business. And to run a business where you're like, we can spend as much as we want. It doesn't matter how much we take in because, oh yeah, by the way, we can print the money. And oh yeah, the more of that money we print, it doesn't affect us. We'll just print more. It affects you. You're the one that has inflation. You're the one that's getting 9% inflation, 8% inflation. You're the one that's having to pay more taxes to pay the debt on that, the interest on the debt and the debt itself. So yeah, it's about fucking time we got some accountability for our government. It's about time. More accountability. James Comer says that they're going to issue contempt of Congress warrants for Bill Clinton. We'll see if they follow through on that. They're also going to be subpoenaing Les Wexner to testify about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's see if he complies with that. And if he doesn't, contempt of Congress, lock him up. Wexner was says that he distanced himself from Epstein and also that he found out Epstein was stealing millions and millions of dollars from him when he was his money manager. But he didn't bring any criminal charges. This is the first we're hearing about it now that he's being, investigated or being subpoenaed. It is very interesting. But Wexner also bought him like a $78 million home in New York. It's crazy. They're also going after Alyssa Slotkin here. This one we'll actually read a little bit from New York Times. Senator says prosecutors are investigating Alyssa Slotkin after video about illegal orders. Slotkin said in an interview that she found out about the inquiry from the office of Janine Pirro. In an email sent to the Senate's Sergeant at Arms, Pirro's office requested an interview with the senator or her private counsel. Slotkin organized the video. That's interesting. It's been described as seditious. Its message that the military officers are obligated to ignore legal orders is a fundamental principle of military law. Sure, it is. But it's not the job of a U.S. senator to tell the military that, first and foremost. And I've said this, I've been firm on this since day one. The seditious conspiracy part of that message was not telling the military, you only have to obey lawful orders. That's not the seditious part. The seditious part was prefacing that statement by saying that this president is pitting the military against American citizens, and that this president, the threats to the Constitution are no longer abroad, but they're here at home. Those two insinuations, followed by you don't have to follow illegal orders, is seditious conspiracy. That those senators have no chain of command. They're nowhere in the chain of command of the U.S. military. And by them calling as partisan hacks, by them calling on the military to ignore the president, they have no authority and they have no duty. They have no obligation. They have nothing to do with that, what they did. And then my favorite part, Slotkin, a former CIA officer who served 3 tours in Iraq. She didn't serve any tours in Iraq. She went over there to manipulate Iraq and to orchestrate a color revolution and to promulgate this war and perpetuate this war. Described the investigation as an effort by an authoritarian president to weaponize the federal government and intimidate her into silence. I've seen democracies flicker out, Slotkin said back in March. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged, because she's the one rigging it. As a CIA officer, she's the one rigging it. I think it's interesting that she's the one that orchestrated this, that organized this, I should say, when she's the only one that was on that panel that's CIA. That's interesting. That is very, very interesting. Hold on one second here. How do we go about, I want to show you guys something. Again, this is me, my own self-interest here, admittedly. This is Rumble's feature page right now. A Sunday conversation with Doc Harmony, taking male-female relationships, a win streak, whatever that is, witnesses from the Y files. This is a recorded episode. So you got 3 live shows. What is the Robert Scott Bell show? 1.3 thousand followers, 3,000 followers. What do we have to do to get featured here? I mean, I'm not nearly as big as other platforms out there, but what do we got to do to get featured here? All right, let's keep going on with the news. We'll keep trucking. Maybe one day Rumble will give us a little love, give us a feature. There ain't a whole lot going on a Saturday afternoon. George Papadopoulos put this out on X this week. A grand jury has been ordered by a federal judge to be impaneled in Fort Pierce, Florida on January 12th, 2026. Crossfire Hurricane, the CIA Five Eyes operations, and the raid on Mar-a-Lago under scrutiny. Let's go. The RICO case is coming to steam. We're getting steam. We're moving. This is a big deal. I love this. Getting it out of D.C., getting it down in Florida. And, yeah, they got to be shaken. House Whip says evidence from whistleblowers could lead to the Waltz indictment. He should be in cuffs. We talked about this as well. I'm kind of going through like a rapid fire here, guys, by the way. We talked about this as well. These whistleblowers not only were blowing the whistle on the fraud to the Walz administration, but they were being ignored and they were being retaliated against. A lot of the whistleblowers say that there was retribution sought against them. That can never be the case. From MS Now, Trump DOJ fires prosecutor who declined to pursue the James Comey case. That's not the big story here. The big story is this U.S. attorney, or this prosecutor, assistant U.S. attorney, that refused to pursue this case was meeting with federal judges without the U.S. attorney's knowledge. It says Robert McBride served as first assistant to U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan. McBride had been asked to run the Comey case. Halligan recently learned that McBride held private meetings with federal judges in the Eastern District of Virginia. You can't do that. You can't do that. If you are an assistant U.S. attorney and you should not be holding private meetings with judges whose courts you are going to be in, especially without your boss, the U.S. attorney, knowing that that's going on. That sounds like a coup. That sounds like a mutiny against Halligan to be meeting like that. Now, what was discussed? Were there any witnesses to those discussions? Was it a discussion about, there's two things that concern me about the potentiality of what was discussed. Was there a discussion about the Comey case and whether or not to bring that and persuasion not to bring it? That's one. Or was there a discussion about how to get Halligan out of there under the 120 days appointments clause and get McBride installed? So you have one where it's, influencing, and maybe both, right? Maybe both. You can do a tit for tat there. A deal could be made. Hey, don't pursue the Comey case because the Eastern District of Virginia is hugely corrupt by intelligence agencies and law enforcement, federal agencies. So you could have both there. You could have a conversation about, don't bring these charges, but you could also have a conversation about, hey, how do I get in that role? I want to be that person. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay. Let's jump into this story. ABC News, FBI searches Washington Post reporter's home for alleged classified information. This was a woman working for the Post that had FBI came and took her cell phone, 2 laptop computers, and a Garmin watch from her. She's not under arrest. She hasn't been subject. Now, this is after they indicted a man that had been communicating with her. He was a contractor for the government, for the Pentagon, that was sneaking classified documents out of his lunchbox and leaking them to the media, assuming that this woman, I think her name was Natanson, Hannah Natanson, was the one that they were being sent to. Now, this is a little bit of a wishy-washy topic for me because, I like the idea of a free press, but at the same time, you can't post classified documents if it's not, well, and again, I'm speaking my opinion here, not law, but in my opinion, you should not be able to post classified documents of sensitive information that's, party to ongoing operations if it's not a whistleblower expose. So in other words, what they posted was just kind of what was going down in Venezuela. It wasn't like something that could be considered a whistleblower. It wasn't, the military is murdering, people unjustly, whatever the case might be. It's just, here's information about the raid. You want it? Sure. It's classified. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a big fan of the free press. I did say on Daily this week, like there's a lot of quotes in this ABC article from like the Center for Journalism Integrity or some organization like that, and they're like, this is really scary that the president is now sending his cronies, his lackeys into journalists' homes to steal evidence. And where was this on James O'Keefe when they did this to Project O'Keefe Media? No, Project Veritas. It was Project Veritas at that time, where they they raided journalists' homes. Same thing as breaking in, to be honest with you, and looking for the Ashley Biden diary, which James O'Keefe didn't even publish anything on. and decided he wasn't going to publish it. It was lawfully obtained. You can publish information that was obtained illegally as long as you didn't participate in the illegal obtaining and you're not party to it. You don't know about it. So if somebody steals documents and then I have no idea that they're stolen documents, and then they come to me and they say, hey, you want to run this? I can run it as long as I didn't do anything having to do with it. But the classified thing does get a little bit wishy-washy on me. So, all right. I think briefly we'll go through these again. I'm on rapid fire because we're already over 2 hours and I got a lot to do. I think I'm going to be interviewing, by the way, just a heads up, programming notice. I think we're going to be interviewing, what did new cases releasing classified stuff by CannCon? I don't know what you're saying there. I'm going to be interviewing, I think, Stuart Rhodes this afternoon at 4 p.m. here on the channel. So stick around and check that out this afternoon. Busy day for me. And I still got to do smoking my chromies, which means I have to move my camera down there, and it's going to be crazy. President of the White House put out President Trump's truth post here saying there will be no more oil or money going to Cuba. Zero. Love it. Strongly suggest they make a deal before it's too late. So turning the screws on Cuba has begun. This secret weapon story that President Trump utilized secret weapons is crazy. We'll play this. And the only reason I'm going to play this is because Caroline Leavitt shared it and gave a lot of credibility to it. Whether or not it's true, she doesn't say it's true. She just says everybody needs to stop what they're doing and read this. Nuke Hayes says, in my opinion, the White House should have declined to go after her. And when asked about it, they should say in the press conference that if what she said and showed was factual, then she would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. That way, they could destroy her credibility and also revoke her security clearances. I like that strategy. It's a good strategy. But then they would refute the classified documents, and that would be kind of a round and round. Okay, so check out this clip here.
A security guard that was protecting Maduro has spoken, and you got to hear what he said. It's in Spanish, but I'll translate. Also, Trump announced that, the cartels, they're going after him in Mexico. The whole vibe of Latin America has changed because of what happened in Venezuela. And now that we're getting firsthand accounts from people that were there, the soldier says they didn't hear him coming. He says the Americans had technology superior to anything they've ever seen. Everything that they were using for radar, for anything, was completely taken offline. They had drones, and the drones were taking out bases and taking out things faster. They didn't have no technology. They've never had to fight against drones. He also talks about that there was only 8 helicopters. There was only 20 men that were sent in, and those 20 men killed hundreds of their men, and none of those soldiers were injured. He talks about it felt like they were firing 300 rounds a minute. Nothing they've ever seen, nothing that they can compete with. And then he also talks to the fact that the Americans had some kind of sonic shock boom that was sent out, and everybody immediately started bleeding profusely out of their nose. They couldn't even gather themselves because whatever was sent at them made them fall to their knees and vomit blood out of their mouth and out of their noses. They were incapacitated immediately.
That's crazy.
He says he never wants to go through that again. Doesn't want to have to fight with the Americans again. He's sending warnings to everybody out there that you think you can fight the Americans. You don't even know what their weaponry is like and what they're capable of. 20 men took out hundreds, and that's starting to spread all through Latin America. And now they're not saying, if you want me, come and get me anymore. They're like, oh shit. Especially after Trump says, hey, Mexico, you're on the list too.
I mean, I don't think anybody listening right here would disagree with the fact that the United States has weapons that we couldn't even fathom. Weaponry that we can't even fathom. So this isn't a surprise to me. It's a little bit surprising that, we're putting attention on this, but I think we're putting attention on this because it is a show of force. It is a a show of power. And we're telling Mexico, we're telling Colombia, we're telling all these other countries, we don't want it to come to this, but it can. And we will be swift, we will be fast, we will be deadly, and we can execute things that you can't imagine. Now, again, this could be pure propaganda. And Caroline Leavitt resharing it gives it credibility. It might not be true. Do I think we have those weapons? Of course. Havana syndrome is nothing new to us. You'd be absurd to think when something is disclosed to us, we're 50 years behind. The weaponry that we're seeing today is stuff that we probably had in the 70s, maybe the 80s. And so, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, you look at like MH370 and the Ashton Forbes work on that. Teleportation. All these things that we have, but possibly putting on a little tinfoil here, but Ashton Forbes' work, like him or not, he's gone a little crazy getting into the other topics, but nobody knows MH370 better than he does. And pretty convinced. This would be this would be a dangerous conversation to have with General Quast, because, he's got to be very vague in what he talks about. But yeah, there's no question that we have weaponry that nobody even knows about. President Trump put this post out over the week on Truth Social. I love it. This morning, I had a very good call with the interim president of Venezuela, Maria Acuna Matata. Oh, wait, nope, Delcy Rodriguez. We are making tremendous progress as we help Venezuelans stabilize and recover. Many topics were discussed, including oil, minerals, trade, and, of course, national security. This partnership between the United States of America and Venezuela will be spectacular for all. Venezuela will soon be great and prosperous again, perhaps more so than ever before. Love it. So on the flip side of this, as kind of like the counter to this, we had the Pope sitting down with Maria Corina Machado, Maria Acuna Matata. It's all in Spanish, so I'm just going to mute it and play in the background. The Pope, who is a spitting image of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Look at him right there. Mr. Burns, just excellent. Smithers, my puppies. Remember the one with the Dalmatians where he was like Cruella de Vil? Yeah, so the Pope meets with her. When was this meeting? Let me check this out. January 12th. Trump puts out the Delcy post January 14th, so 2 days later. And then when was the meeting with Machado? So Machado Acuna Matata went and met with President Trump in the Oval Office. I mean, that is like, is that the doppelganger? Is that even the real president? Is that AI? What is this? What is this picture? But that's all she got. President Trump gave her the absolute cold shoulder. Let's watch this clip of Kaylin Collins talking about it.
So does President Trump now possess this Peace Prize? What else do we know about this meeting?
Jake, it's interesting that we actually have not heard that much from the White House on this meeting, or, that was news to us when Machado came out and said that she had presented her prize to the president. It was shocking. It was something we had expected because she had been talking about it. And obviously the president has made his desire to win the Nobel Peace Prize quite clear time and time again, and has repeatedly said that he believes he should have won it in place of Machado, who called him right after she won it. And so, Jake, we did see her arriving here at the White House today, and we were looking at pictures because obviously she is carrying a bag. We've not heard yet confirmation from the White House that the president did indeed receive this. But when she was leaving, she was also carrying this bag. And if you notice, Jake, it's a bag that has the president's signature on it. He often takes his guest on a tour of the White House gift shop that he has installed right outside the Oval Office whenever they visit. So it's not clear what she got in exchange as she was here at the White House today. But even if she did give the president the physical Nobel Peace Prize that she won, Jake, I should note the committee did put out a statement today weighing in on this matter, essentially saying that it is not transferable and that there's one truth remain, that once it's announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, or...
All right, so we can cut it there. So this was a meeting. There's nothing. This is the only piece of media I've been able to find on this meeting taking place. And it's President Trump taking a picture with her, and that's it. And he put out a statement, very nice lady, mutual respect, and that was it. You know, he's already pushed back on the idea that she's somehow going to be the leader, you know, and all this other stuff. I want to, let me see. Where is it? There was an article. Oh, do I not have it? Oh, man. I don't have it pulled up. There was an article we covered last week from the Wall Street Journal where it was talking about, you know, the power transition that's going on in Venezuela right now. And they said that President Trump was given a CIA classified brief that suggested Delcy Rodriguez is the best person most suited to stay in office right now. Okay. And I thought that was really interesting because Delcy Rodriguez does not like the CIA. We talked about this on Badlands Book Club. Her father was killed by the CIA or by CIA assets, you know, creations. And what I started thinking, because, you know, there's another talking head out there on X that makes all these crazy claims. And I started thinking maybe the CIA report, the classified report Trump read, is from Ratcliffe CIA, and that those are actually the white hats in the CIA. We've talked about, are there good factions within the CIA? And I think me and Colonel Towner and Alpha, I think we all agree that there are to varying degrees. Alpha thinks there's, I would assume Alpha thinks there's many more. Me and Colonel probably think it's many less. But either way, Ratcliffe is a guy that did not rise through the ranks of the CIA. And so he might not have, you know, the corruption on him. A fish rots from the head down. Well, they've cut off the head before it's rotted out, and they put a new head there that was from a completely different fish that doesn't have whatever, you know, disease it was that caused it to rot. And so there is a possibility that there is truth in that reporting that Delcy Rodriguez was in fact propped up by the CIA, but it wasn't the CIA of John Brennan and, you know, the CIA of Gina Haspel and, you know, ultimately the OSS. So I can buy into that a little bit here. Trump's treatment of her, though, is just hilarious. Just hilarious. And you know what? I'm going to end this show on... Oh, no. I got to talk about Greenland. Yeah, we got to talk about this. So France is pushing right now. They put this article out, the Telegraph, MI6, British intelligence, right? France pushes to block Ukraine from buying U.S. weapons. It says Macron has long argued that the bloc's support for Ukraine should be used to bolster the continent's arms manufacturers and promote defense independent from the United States. Germany and the Netherlands said they would impede the delivery of weapons to Kyiv's defense, including American-made Patriot air systems. That is going to play along with this clip here of President Trump on Air Force One talking about Greenland.
Taking your threat seriously is one area taking your threat, the New York Post.
New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there, or is anything they can...
Where? Military.
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland, and I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like...
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to exist?
I'm doing a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. Yeah. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
Would you pull the U.S. out of NATO? Would you consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money, but I like NATO.
How
I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would.
That is fascinating. Hey, why did it stop? What happened?
They would. You know, we spend a lot of money on NATO, and I'm not sure they would.
That's interesting. I don't know if NATO would be there for us if we needed them.
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy Joe Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine and got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that. And that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war is, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. That's the only reason.
All right, so we can kind of stop that there. The talks about Greenland are escalating, and President Trump is holding firm on his convictions that we need Greenland. If we don't get it, Russia's somehow going to get it. This was, let me see. Hold on. I'm going a little bit out of order here because I'm not, where is it? Oh, here it is. This was, Mark Carney talking about it. And, he's talking about Article 5. There we go.
Greenland, the future of Greenland is a decision for Greenland and for the Kingdom of Denmark. We are NATO partners with Denmark, and so our full partnership stands. Our obligations on Article 5, Article 2 of NATO stand, and we stand full square behind those.
So there's been a lot of like community notes and stuff on this saying that, well, Carney's not exactly inciting a war. I think if you read the post itself, it says, chilling escalation. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney warned America by saying our full partnership under Article 5. Canada will back Denmark on Greenland. This comes in response to U.S. plans for annexing Greenland. That is very interesting. There seems to be, and do I have that clip up here? I thought I did. I guess I don't. There seems to be more and more movement in the direction of the United States withdrawing from NATO. It's the writing is all but on the wall at this point. And Mark Carney is choosing sides, and this is dangerous for Mark Carney in Canada. And this is going to, I think this will lead Trump to rehashing the 51st state Canada arguments. I think that's coming. And the reason I think that's coming is because Mark Carney he's not Canadian. He's got 3 citizenship, not dual citizenship, 3 citizenships. He's got a Canadian citizenship, Irish citizenship, and London, England, English citizenship. So Mark Carney, when he says, I am going to side with Denmark if this happens, it's a British territory, right? Canada is a British, what do they call it? It's not, is it territory? But it's British. It's British. They're under the monarchy of the king. Well, he was going to say the queen, and so their allegiance with a leader that's English, Irish, and Canadian is questionable. And if Canada would side with NATO, first and foremost, are you retarded? Are you first off, I don't think it's going to come to conflict. There is nothing in the history of President Trump that would suggest he'd go to any war, nonetheless a war against NATO. Physical, kinetic war. Is he going to bully the shit out of them and make them sell it to him? Yes, that's what he's going to do. But they're drumming up the war drum because that's what they do. They beat on that war drum every chance they possibly can get because it's a boom for the economy, and the World Economic Forum globalists love that. But yeah, Carney even hinting that I would side with the EU in a NATO 5 escalation. Dangerous. All right, I had some more stories, but we're going to wait for next week because we are coming up on the 2 hour, almost the 3 hour mark. I do want to play this clip here, man. Talk a little football here for a second. I want to get y'all's take. So there were 2 plays in this last game, last night's game, the Broncos and the Bills. And by the way, prayers for Bo Nix, man. That is absolutely brutal. He had an injury to his ankle on the second to last play of the game, which was him taking a knee. It just dawned on me. The second to last play of the game was him taking a knee to center the ball for the kicker. That sucks, man. But he's out for the rest of the playoffs and I think next season, or he's having surgery. That's awful. That is so tragic. I can't imagine the emotional roller coaster to get to that level. But that being said, I got to play this clip, man. Something's got to be done about officiating in the NFL.
Blocked it up perfectly.
So this catch right here was called an interception for the Broncos.
McMillan does a good job not getting.
All right. Now watch this play. We'll stop it at both angles. Clearly, the Bills receiver has the ball. It's pressed on his chest, clear as day. Right there, the knee is down. He still has clear possession of the ball in contact with the defensive player, down by contact. Play is over. Play is over. There's no wrestling for the ball. The Broncos player has barely got a hand on it. Now he's already down. They roll over, and he takes the ball from him.
But we're going to need you on this one, Gene.
Yeah, this is really close. I'm not sure that Cooks has possession coming to the ground there to say that it would be simultaneous. It feels to me like Cooks doesn't have firm possession of the football when they're down by contact there.
Wow, that is close. I mean, reaches up, has it for a moment.
I mean, how does he not have possession? He caught it with both hands and he pulled it into his body. I don't know, man. Then there was another play on the next drive. They called pass interference against the Bills to advance the Broncos. There was 2 of them. There's one in the end zone or one at the 5-yard line. That one was pass interference, and I felt horrible for the guy. But the one 2 plays before that, there was another 30 or 40-yard pass interference, maybe 25, 30-yard pass interference that was not even close to pass interference. And I texted Ash because she's a big Broncos fan, and after I said Bo Nix is out, that sucks, and I said the second pass interference was absolutely pass interference. The first one was absolutely not pass interference, and Buffalo got fucking railroaded on that. And she texted me back, Matt absolutely agrees with you, which is her husband. So it is what it is. Life goes on. That's now 2 games. The Packers Bears were even alpha. Huge anti-Packers, right? Alpha was like, yeah, that's definitely not pass interference. Or that definitely was in the Bears game. He said, I told my son the Bears just gave the Packers the game because now they're going to get the ball on the 1-yard line and they'll score. And never called it. And then this one in the Broncos game, 2 of them questionable. And then the pick, they got to do something about the NFL, man. You got to do something. There's too much money on this. There's too much being exposed with college football, with college basketball, the NBA, Major League Baseball. The only sport apparently that's pure is football. When we watched the Pete Carroll thing, last night at dinner, I mentioned the Pete Carroll murdering the guy and murdering or David Portnoy calling for the murder of Pete Carroll. And the guy knew exactly which game I was talking about. He didn't see the Portnoy clip, but he said, oh, you mean the one where they were shaving points? And he knew exactly which game I was talking about. That's bad. When that happens, something has to be done. You got to protect the integrity of the game. Not that it has much left after all of this. Before we wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, one last thing real quick. Let's talk about one more sponsor, and then we got to get out of here. They can freeze your accounts. They can shut off your cards. They can lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you. They control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That is power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet. Peer-to-peer, secure, and outside the banking system. No permission, no middleman, no cancel button. The wallet is yours forever. All right. And thank you to Rumble Wallet as well for sponsoring today's show. And I think I had a couple rants. Let me go ahead and jump into those. Please smash the thumbs up again if you have not done so yet. Give us a follow on the other platforms. If you're watching on YouTube, jump over to Rumble, vice versa. And here we go. Denise Ann, I can only watch for a few minutes. I'm heading to Mass here in a few minutes. I'll catch up later after I get home. Thanks for the recaps, Brand. Thank you, man, Brian. Also, congratulations to the Seahawks and the Broncos. Yeah, man. Dude, Alpha's going to get so much shit tomorrow on Y-Chromes. They lost by 5 touchdowns. 5 touchdowns. 5. Cinco. That's bad. Behind my chair says, hi, Brian, it's Nydia. Good to see you, Nydia. 1.9 million self-deported. How many do you think actually came in? Love your idea to check high crime rates and red states. California voters are mostly illegal. I concur. I think the 12 million numbers actually maybe a little bit higher. I think some people say 12 to 20 million. Yeah, I don't know, man. I never went down to the border. I kind of regret it. But at the same time, it was like the teams I was going with are like, you got to have full battle rattle weapons and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going down there to get in a war. I'm a little too old for that shit. And the Marine in me will kick in. And as soon as I see something that looks wrong, I go to the gun. And that was like, I don't need no charges. I don't need to catch no charges down there. Heather McMinn says, I love every show you are on. I need the name of your Marine support group for a friend of mine whose Marine son killed himself. Oh, Semper Fi. That sucks. My email is hmbusiness70@yahoo.com. Thank you for all you do. God bless. It's the Lance Corporal Lutz, Lutz, Live to Tell Foundation. If you Google it, you'll find the website right there. And then I help run the Buddy Up program down here in South Florida. The founder's also a Gold Star mother who lost both of her sons to suicide, but only the first son was a Marine. Me and Alpha interviewed her on SitRep early on, like top one of the first 10 episodes. Denise Ann, maybe Trump is having this reported because he wants people to spread this. He wants other nations to fear what the U.S. is capable of, whether it's true or not, but the narrative is important. Yes. Spot on. And Denise, take the AirPods out of your ear while you're in Mass. You're supposed to be there to praise God, not to listen to me. I'm just kidding. You're probably home already because I went very long. Okay, that is going to wrap up the show. Tune into the Stuart Rhodes interview, 4 p.m. today. So in about 2.5 hours, I got to figure out what I'm going to do. I follow me on X. I'm not 100% sure that interview is going to happen, but I think it is. Yeah, that's all we got. Stay frosty. God bless each and every one of you. God bless America. Make the fortune cookie country pay for this.
time you realize